Hello, welcome back. We're doing the weapons. I forget which weapon this is. Trials. Castrum Moreno. Vanlon is the location. This is it, the Emerald weapon. I've been expecting you, Hero of Eorzea. Hello, Father, this is the power we command. Fuck. Dang it. I mean... They got it though. Activating Oversoul. Alpha, Enfance, this is goodbye. Vex, what have you done? What is the meaning of this? What that glow? Bear witness to the glory of the Empire. Okay. This is well at the time of the invasion could the acidic site be causing it. This song though. That was rough. Not gonna lie, that was rough. We got through it. And so it ends. But why would Rex throw away his life for this? You're right. If I am ever to learn the truth, I must concentrate on the task at hand. Of course, we do not need to wait for Sid's analysis to tell us whose combat data was used on this occasion. It gales me to think that my techniques and strategies could be so closely replicated. Nevertheless, the observations I made during the battle may yet prove useful. As a matter of fact, that was not the only information I was able to gather. I intercepted a signal that revealed the troops that stationed here were permitted to withdraw, seemingly in return for assisting the 7th Legion. They must have known that the Alliance would follow the Emerald Weaponeers sooner or later and made good their escape. Meaning, the way is now clear for Sid to inspect the War Machina's remains. I'm gonna take a quick break here. back. We got here as soon as we could. Not that we could have done anything to prevent this tragedy. From what we know, it seems that the Emerald Weapon was elm for elm a great deal more powerful than the previous two. If this is allowed to continue, who knows what sort of monstrosity the 7th Legion will conceive next. Nevertheless, Yo has once again proven herself capable of overcoming the worst of the Empire has at its disposal. You may be relieved to hear that Castrum Occidens was free of anything resembling a weapon. Unfortunately, it was also devoid of any useful leads, and we came away empty-handed. In all honesty, part of me wishes we had never found the Emerald Weapon. Perhaps then Rex would not have been forced to make the ultimate sacrifice. I only hope that he is finally at peace. We will do what we can to spare the others from sharing his fate, and the Ironworks will search this place from top to bottom for clues as to the 7th Legion's plans. Before that, allow me to sweep the area for booby traps and the like. I would not put it past Imperials to let a few surprises for us. Agreed. I'll go with you. With that in mind, I'll begin my examination of the garly of the Emerald Weapon, carefully, that is. Alphonse, you knew all this time, didn't you? Miss Elena and Recon too. Everyone except me. And you, Rex. Yes, that's what the synthetic Gorsite system is. The fusion between pilot and core is the key to Oversoul. And unless we use it, we don't have a chance of beating Father's newfound friends. They stand between us and the primals, without which the weapons will never reach their full potential. We thought that if you knew the truth about Oversoul, you'd try to stop us. Of course I would, but what I don't understand is why all of you are so willing to give your lives for the weapon project. What is it all for? It all began the day Father left. Without his guidance, his protection, the Garleans lost any respect they once had for us. But their cruelty pales in comparison to Valen's. To him, conscripts like us are expendable commodities, and endless supply of test subjects for his twisted experiments. But no matter what they do to us, we will never lose hope. If it is the duty of the strong to lead the weak, we will become strong and protect those who cannot protect themselves. The weapon project will give us the strength we need. We will create a world where people like us can live without fear of persecution. We want you to see this new world for yourself, Allie, even if we must give our lives to make it a reality. But why me? The years spent serving the Empire have changed us all, except you, Allie. Even after everything you've seen, you're still the caring, innocent girl we grew up with. More than any of us, you deserve a chance at happiness. That's what we all agreed. Allie, listen to me. Right now, the soldiers assigned to watch over us have been called away to the capital. Now is our chance to get you out of here. Then why don't you come with me? If Alphonse and I were to run away now, they'd only force others to take our place. We can't let that happen. This is our way of upholding the ideas Father instilled in us. Our lives are a small price to pay for world's freedom. No, how can you expect me to leave you behind? I won't do it. We will forever be at your side, Allie. Rex, take her to the holding cells. No, let me go. So, win or lose, the plan is to hand over the castrum to Father, is that right? Yes, they'll take Allie into their custody before the Guardians return, while you will be free to pilot the Emerald weapon without her interfering. We can't let her hinder the competition of the weapon project. I'm counting on you, Alphonse. Don't let our sacrifices be in vain. Rex, have you forgotten what I told you? You mustn't use the Oversoul. I can't lose to you. I can't lose you too. We both know I can't win without it. Besides, we need the combat data of the Emerald weapon fighting as its peak. If we're to have any chance of perfecting the synthetic Orosite system. You know that I'm not the sort to do things by halves. Forgive me, Rex. Don't worry about me. If this is where I meet my end, I'll do it with a smile on my face. The rest is up to you, Alphonse. This is the girl you spoke of, yes? She was locked in a cell, but I saw no harm in letting her out. I can't say for certain, but it seems she's been through quite an ordeal. No. Why, Rex? Why? Gaius, once we've extracted the core, we'll take it back to Turncliffe for analysts. Perhaps she should come with us. There's no use in her staying here. Severa is taking care of Allie, but it may be some time until her nerves have settled. If the vision you witness is indeed true, Alphonse and Rex locked her away for her own safety. When she is ready, I would know more of what her brother hopes to achieve and why he must resort to such desperate measures. Allie's condition has improved somewhat, but she remains in a state of shock. We must give her more time to recover. There was one other thing that I thought you should know. When we checked for injuries, we saw that her back is covered in welts and bruises. Who did this to her? It seems she was subjected to beatings on a regular basis, judging by the varied stages of bruisings. I dare say this was the work of her Garlean masters. You speak as though you have seen this before. Seen? I have lived through it myself. I was born in Welt 23 summers past. My mother was a local woman, but my father was a pure-blooded Garlean and a member of the occupying forces. Though I know very little about him, his rank afforded me imperial citizenship. His acknowledgment of our familiar ties was the extent of the responsibility he took for bringing me into this world. Still, it is more than can be said for most of his ilk. My mother and I were shunned by the people of Welt, who treated us as badly as the Garleans did, if not worse. I thought that if I were to become an imperial soldier, my position might somehow deter those who would cast scorn on my mother, if only out of fear, and so I joined the army. The acceptance I earned was but temporary, however, and my superiors were quick to blame and perceive shortcomings on my savage lineage. Rather than waste time on official court-martials, they administered their own form of corporal punishment. I was eventually assigned to the 12th Legion and fought under Zenos Ye, Galvas, and El Amigo. In the chaos that followed our defeat, I seized the opportunity to flee to Werlit. While it was never much of a home, it was all I had, but nothing could prepare me for what awaited. My mother had for many years suffered from poor health and relied on medicine to keep her alive. In my absence, the Garleans had denied her treatment, claiming that it would be wasted on savages. By the time I could return to her side, there was naught I could do. There was nothing left for me. Well, I would be punished for desertion if the Imperials discovered the reason for my return, and I was never accepted by my so-called countrymen to begin with. I ran as far as my legs could carry me. It was then that I met Gaius. So that is the truth of it. Other than a few scant details, I knew not of your past. It sickens me to think that I once fought under the same banner as such vile creatures. I had always believed it to be the duty of the strong to lead the weak. Yet there are those who become drunk on the power afforded by their station and prey on the ones they should protect. Like a canker, this corruption has spread to every part of the Empire. Even those with Garlean blood such as myself are subjugated to their cruelty. They hold particular contempt for the Ura, an easy target for abuse being so few in number. Perhaps like me, Allie thought she would be spared such treatment once she joined the army. Alas. I only hope that with time, Allie can put the past behind her and make a new life for herself. But for now, all we can do is wait for her delirium to subside. It is Veildum's turn to keep watch. Let us ask him if there has been any change. Though you have overcome the Emerald Weapon, it is hardly cause for celebration. Another young life cut short. Rex's death is on my hands, not yours. Would that this confrontation had been averted, but alas, it was not to be. I suppose you're here to ask about Allie. Is she well enough to speak with us? As her condition has improved somewhat, I would say so, provided you do not cause her any undue distress. Wait here. Allie, I am sorry. What happened to Rex? It was my fault. Melissa and Recon too. They died because of me and my foolish ambitions. Father, no. This cannot go on. Please, Allie, you must tell me all you know. Of course. First, I need to know what became of you and your siblings after we were parted. So much has happened, it seems like a lifetime ago. In your disappearance, we were all assigned to the newly reformed 7th Legion. At first, each legatus was quickly replaced by the next, until eventually a man named Valus Van Var was given command. He was sent from the capital, but before that he was a specialist in experimental magic tech weaponry. We later discovered that he was ordered by Emperor Varus to complete a project involving anti-primal war machina, the weapons, but after the Emperor's death he was free to employ whatever methods he saw fit, and his greed for power only grew. Some even say he is planning to use the power of the weapons to lay claim to the throne. But I think there's another reason for his obsession with the weapon project. Not that he'd ever tell anyone, but he's always muttering to himself, and I've been able to put the pieces together. He's jealous of you, Father. Valens Van Varl. I must admit, it was only recently that I first heard that name. Valens used his knowledge of Magitech to devise various military strategies. He was given a position in the army and quickly rose through the ranks. That was until one man stood in his way, you, Father. He was one of the candidates to lead the 14th Legion, but that role fell to you. After that, he was assigned to serve under a far more gifted engineer, Nero, who was in charge of restoring the Ultima weapon. Valens has resented you ever since, going so far as to oppose the ideals you upheld, where you treated those who served the Empire based on merit rather than on their race or origin. Valens is adamant that pure-blooded Garleans are superior to all others. It never ceases to amaze me how far some will go in the name of revenge. All that hatred pestering away, nothing good could ever come of it. So the marks on your body are his handiwork? Yes. To Valens and his men we are no more than fodder for his experiments, playthings on which they can vent their frustrations. Every day is filled with nothing but pain. If I had remained in Garlemald, you would never have been forced to endure this abuse. It's not your fault, Father. You could have fled from Valens if we wanted to. We could have. After all, we're expendable and easily replaced. The truth is, that's exactly why we couldn't run. In saving ourselves, we would be condemning others, but if we were to stay to see the weapons project to its completion, we would gain the power to defeat Valens, and then the Empire itself, freeing the world from its tyranny. That way, we might start afresh and find a place we can call home, and not just for us, but for anyone who wishes to live in peace. You would give your lives for a future you may not live to see. We took courage from your teachings, Father. The strong must lead the weak, and we would gain that strength by whatever means necessary. We will fight for the sake of those who cannot. But we knew that you'd never consent to our participation in the weapon project, which is why we couldn't turn to you for help. As the pilots, we're the only ones who are able to stop Valens. We know just how powerful the weapons are. He would use them to bring the world to its knees. And his masterpiece is the worst of them all. If only I could get my hands on it, then I could save Alphonse and all of world folk. Father, I know you and Alphonse stand on opposing sides of this conflict. But there must be some way you can help him. He may have called you our enemy before, but he never meant it. He still loves you, Father. You are everything he aspires to be. I have failed him, failed you all. But I refuse to abandon him to his fate. I will free him from Valens if it is the last thing I do. Thank you. He needs you, now more than ever. Listen, Allie. I once sought the strength to rebuild the world as I saw fit, but the ultimate weapon was born not to create but to destroy. Alphonse must not follow in my footsteps. I know all too well where they lead. I will do all I can to help your brother. Pray tell me where he is. I'm sorry, I don't know where he could be. In that case, I shall have the Alliance dispatch scouts wherever he is. We will find him. As for you, Ellie, you must stay here and rest. Wait, you're the one who fought Rex, Recon, and Melisanda, aren't you? We're the ones who threatened your home, and you only did what you had to do. I have no right to ask this of you, but lend my father your strength. Save Alphonse. I know now why they call you hero. Alphonse, I'll do what I must to free you, even if it means going against Father's wishes, but I have a good feeling about his new friend. Severa, see that she has everything she needs. Our allies must be informed of these troubling events. May I ask you to relay this news to the troops in Girabana? Your loving father act may fool the others, guys, but not me. For every life you save, you've ended 1,000 more. Or is this your idea of redemption? Call it what you will. For all my transgressions, I believe I still have a part to play. Was I wrong to spare you that day, or will you honor your word? It seems the time has come for the Black Wolf to show his true colors. The majority of the 7th Legion are sure to be stationed in the city of Wilt, the heart of the occupied territory. Whether Alphonse is there with them remains to be seen. According to Ali, another weapon lies in wait, but where? We do not know. It stands to reason, however, that if we were to find it, Alphonse would surely not be far away. While I am painfully aware of the cruelty the Empire shows its enemies, even I am appalled to hear of how it treats its own. War machina that feed on the very lives of the pilots. I can scarcely imagine anything more heinous. Leave Ali to me. Having cared for my mother for so long, being transferred away, I like to think I developed a suitable bedside manner. Okay. Some other time. We recently received word of your victory over the Emerald Weapon. I expect it was another fine display on your part, not that any of us were to see it, there to see it. For that reason, we'd be grateful if you could give us a blow-by-blow account if you wouldn't mind. Good grief, it sounds like you had an awful lot to contend with, rather you than me. I shall add this to our ever-growing stack of reports. Should anyone wish to review this information ahead of the next sortie. Now, if I may say so, it looks like your ordeals have taken their toll. We'll let you know if anything requires your attention, but until then, be sure to get some rest. Meanwhile, in the 7th Legion's correction chamber, three weapons, three pitiful displays of ineptitude. Ah. To make matters worse, one of my prime candidates, your precious sister, no less, has escaped. Making a kid do it. And who should she go crawling to but that swine Gost, after everything I've done it for her, and this is how she repays me. As her older brother, it's your responsibility to instill some discipline in her, and you failed it miserably. Miserably. Well, don't just stand there, boy. Oh, of course, it's your first time, isn't it? Come along, there's no need to be shy. You see, something wicked has taken hold of this young man, and it's our job to cleanse his troubled spirit. It may look painful, but it's the only way, I assure you. He'll be ever so grateful, and you'll want him to get better, don't you? There's a good boy. Now let's try again, shall we? Burn out the bad, burn out the bad, burn out the bad, burn out the bad. Burn out the bad, burn out the bad, burn out the bad, burn out the bad. That is messed up. Well done. You've all made Father proud, very proud indeed. As for you, I thought you were a cut above the rest of the savages, but it appears I was mistaken, and since you allowed this wretched sister of yours to escape, it fails to you to act as her replacement. I choose you as the next pilot, and your mission is simple. Kill Viascan Belsar, whatever it takes. And if you so much as entertain the idea of betraying me again, I'll exterminate every last one of your kind. Like the vermin they are. Having said that, we will be forcibly initiating Oversoul using Xenos' combat data, so whatever schemes you may be hatching will never come to pass. All you need to do is sit back and let the synthetic Orosite system do the work, with you as its conduit. You should thank me for allowing you to become part of my masterpiece. Your worthless existence will finally have some semblance of meaning. Haha. Lord Valid's preparations for the Oversoul trial are complete. We await your orders. Splendid. There's never a dull moment around here. Now then, boys, who'd like to see something special? Come along, everyone. Father has secrets to share with you. This is my chance, and it's all thanks to the sacrifices made by my dear siblings. Finally, the weapon will be mine to command. Once it has reached perfection, I will be unstoppable. First Valens, then the Empire itself will fall, and then we will be free at last. Sorry, one sec. Father, keep Ali safe. Milcilda, Recon, Rex, I'll see this through to the end, I promise. Until then, watch over me. So, is it ready or not? The trial sequence has been primed, sir. Then get on with it. Initializing synthetic Earthite system, loading diamond weapon simulation. Well, what's going on? You're helping us with a little research is all. Whatever your name is. The time has come for you to contribute to the glory of Garlemald. This isn't what we agreed. You said that if I took part in the experiment, you'd let my family go. You have seen us as data Loaded, yes. Activate Oversoul and be quick about it. Understood, Lord Valens. Galvus combat sample ready. Initiating organic core overwrite. Ah. My mind is no, if this is what it takes to protect you both. I love you. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Where is my prey? Organic core overwrite complete. Selenos Galvus data loaded. The subject is instinctively bound to seek out prey right from the outset. Regardless of combat prowess it may boast, I need an obedient servant, not a ravenous beast. Enough, shut it down. Deactivating synthetic orosite system. Oh my god. How revolting, and what a mess it makes of the cockpit. Adjust the settings and prepare for another run. Fortunately, we have the next test subject ready and waiting. Really? They're just trying to make this guy as evil as possible. But sir, you agreed to release his family in exchange for his cooperation. Aha! My, I never knew you had such a wonderful sense of humor. The great Valens Van bargaining with savages. Ha! More fool him for trusting me in the first place. Damn. Why, yes, of course. Just a moment, please. Oh, gods be good, this thing weighs a tons. Perhaps I should have used lighter materials. So what do you think? Is it every bit as terrifying as the foe you faced? Behold the malevolent Malshite marauder, the vicious Viridian villain, the Jumis Jade Giant. Actually, perhaps not the last one. Anyway, it's the Emerald Weapon. I assure you, I spared no expense in making it as true to life, so to speak, as possible. The information we received regarding its design revealed several startling details. Perhaps most surprising of all were the free-floating manipulators of hands, if you prefer, which allowed to attack from multiple angles simultaneously. We even learned that their post positioning was based on tactics used by Gaius himself when he led the Imperial invasion of worlds. By surrounding the target, they were able to bombard it from all sides while keeping it pinned down. Not only that, but the emerald weapon was able to perfectly replicate Gaius's renowned Terminus-esque gunblade technique, though on a much larger scale. I wish I could have been there to see it myself. Ooh, you're so lucky. Ah, goodness me, all this talking has made me rather parched. But before I pour myself a nice glass of local arak, I think it's time for us to fire up a real virtual combat simulation experience theater to see what wonders it can conjure. Anything could happen, so don't say I didn't warn you. Just a nun. A cool looking nun. Word. I'll be right back, I just need to check something. the one that wants to pet you all the time now. Okay, I'm back. I had to say goodbye to my niece and nephew and sister and say hi to my sister and family and whatnot. But I'm back. For however long I am back for. And yeah, let's get to it. Yo, I was hoping I might have a word with you. Ever since Turncliffe was liberated, we've been sending troops to aid in getting the town back on its feet, helping the residents, that sort of thing. We Alamegans know how hard life can be for a society struggling to stand on its own after years of imperial rule. A lot of what most people would take for granted has to be rebuilt from the ground up. While we were able to assist when it comes to providing basic resources and keeping the place safe, there are countless other problems that need attending to. If you can spare the time, we could use your help. Bless you, yo. You really are a saint. I'm sure the people of Turncliffe will benefit from having someone like you around. Once you're ready, have a word with your usual escort. I wish you all the best. Okay, I see. Okay, so I still get to it. It's the same rotation. Okay, cool. So the boss roped you into helping, did he? I knew you couldn't say no. Greetings, Yo. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. The majority of the 7th Legion are sure to be stationed in the city of Worlt, the heart of its occupied territory. Where Alphonse is there with them remains to be seen. According to Ali, another weapon lies in wait, but where we do not know. It stands to reason, however, that if we are to find it, Alphonse would surely not be far away. This is the same dialogue as before. Okay. That's the different part. What a good outlook on life. You're the one who piloted that war machina and defeated the Sapphire weapon, aren't you? I thought so. I have heard much about you, but I doubt you know who I am. My name is Alvilina, and I grew up here. When I was 16, I was put to work as a Magitech engineer. Thanks to you and yours, we are now rid of Imperials, though I fear many of us will struggle to put the past behind us. For decades we suffered at their hands. Generations of young people were forced into the army and sent off to die in some distant land. I suppose I could be considered one of the lucky few. My work here kept me away from the battlefield, and I hope my contributions might help the others live long enough to make their way home. In the end, most of them never returned. Though my efforts were in vain, I can at least honor their memory. I want to leave something behind for their sake, to prove that they haven't been forgotten. A monument bearing their names. To ensure that not a single person is omitted, I need to see the official list of conscripts. If one still exists, it would be inside the Imperial facility beneath town. But with the resistance troops and ironworks engineers closing the place off, I can't get near it. Perhaps you might have a word with them for me. I'll leave as soon as I find the list. Thank you. I'll follow your lead. I'll let you do the talking if that's alright. Something I can help you with? I see. It's a bit unusual for one of the locals to show an interest in the Imperial's leavings, but it seems she has her reasons. Since we're still carrying out our investigations, we've closed the place off to prevent anyone interfering. Considering it's you who's asking, though, I can hardly say no. Still, I better go with her, in case the others kick up a fuss. You're very kind. I'm sorry for any trouble I've caused. You have my thanks. Think nothing of it. I was glad to help. As I'd suspected, the Imperials kept detailed records of the local conscripts. Our names in particular stood out to me. My friend Milsandia, I had no idea she had been assigned to the 7th Legion of all places. What do you mean of all places? It all began while we were serving together in the 14th Legion. We had much in common, both being drafted from the same occupied territory, and we soon became firm friends. Then one day she was sent to fight in Eorzea while I remained here. The day before she left, she came to say goodbye, together with her foster siblings from the orphanage. The youngest one, Recon, was particularly upset about not being allowed to speak with their adoptive father, Gaius von Balsar, before they departed. It was actually another of his orphans, Leva Sas Junas, who forbid them from seeing him. I can't say for certain, but it seemed that Livia had a strong attachment to Gaius and wouldn't let anyone else near him. As far as I could tell, he tried his best to keep Livia at arm's length whenever possible, but her devotion to him was bordering on obsession, and she became extremely jealous at the slightest sign of affection between him and his other wards. Others, however, treated them far more kindly. In fact, a prefectus custodium of the 14th Legion came specifically to meet them. While I was surprised that a Robegon had risen to such a rank, I was even more taken aback by the unguarded manner in which he spoke with his subordinates. I had hoped that with people like him serving on the Eorzean front, they would be in safe hands. Then the time came for Melisandria to leave. We shared a few final words, and then she was gone. It would be the last I ever saw of her. After that, I was assigned to the Tribunus Laticlavis of the 14th. Nero told Scavia, and I worked on restoring the Ultima weapon. I was even at the Praetorium on the day it was destroyed, but I escaped aboard an Imperial ship moments before it came crashing down. I eventually made my way back to World, only to be drafted into the 7th Legion to continue working on the weapon project. Even now, it makes me sick to my stomach to think I helped bring those abominations into the world. Using a living pilot to feed the weapons core was part of the design from the very beginning, of course. They'd never dream of subjecting a true-born Garlean to such barbaric treatment. Not when the 7th Legion has a ready supply of provisional conscripts ripe for the taking. The pilots were referred to only by their code names, and we engineers were not made privy to their true identities. Even with this list of conscripts, I still don't know who was sacrificed in the name of the weapon project. Your skills and knowledge can be put to good use. But what can I do? For years all I've known how to do is build tools of destruction. The 7th Legion is far from finished. They're biding their time, waiting until their right moment to unleash the final weapon. And when they do, it will bring naught but death and woe to all who stand in their way. Even after everything they've taken from us, they still want more. If it weren't for the Empire, Melisandre would still be here. She was the kindest person I ever met. But to the Empire, she was just another pawn in their games. I will never forget her. There's a way I can make a difference. I know there is. But first, I need to speak with members of the Ironworks. I have a feeling that War Makama you used to beat the Sapphire weapon will be called into action again. Until then, there's still time to make improvements, and I intend to help. I'll still be going ahead with the plan to build a monument, but stopping the Empire must come first. I hope Melisandre and the others can wait a little longer. Before I go, allow me to express my gratitude. I don't know what I'd have done if it weren't for you until we meet again. Okay, now I'm gonna look at the G Warrior. When we first discovered it at Aslia, it was in far worse state than it is now. Different color too. As far as intended purpose, we believe it was developed to combat primals of similar threats. All of the parts deemed unnecessary have been removed, and we've made several adjustments to improve stability and overall safety. As a result, however, when we had to limit its capabilities to some degree, we can't afford to repeat the mistake made by the Garleans with the Ultima weapon, who we believe employed knowledge obtained from the Ascians. After all, we know how that ended. You might also be relieved to hear that Master Garland has introduced a pilot recognition system, so that only those given prior permission by the Ironworks can operate it. Think of it as a precaution should the enemy get any ideas about stealing it from us. The two sensors on the front of the head work in much the same way as the eyes of a living creature, sending visual information to the pilot. This horn-like protrusion was one of several additions we made ourselves. It's for picking up link pearl signals, not for ramming the enemy. Still, if push comes to shove, I dare say it could be used to make it a last-ditch attack. Compared to the original design, the outward appearance is largely the same, but we carried out a number of improvements. The manipulators, or hands you might call them, were originally created to claw at the enemy. We've modified them to allow the use of various weapons, such as the ethereal saber. I'm glad you noticed. The boosters were built entirely by the Ironworks to allow for low-altitude flight and increased maneuverability. They're currently unsuited to being used over long distances, hence the need to have the G-Warrior transported by airship. This is another area we're hoping to improve in future iterations. I love it. What if I say no? Okay. It's like, yeah, giant robot. So, how was your time in Terran Cliff? I see, Faye has dealt her a cruel hand, but now she has a chance to make a fresh start. The same could be said of the whole of Terran Cliff. It seems the liberation of that one small town will become a pivotal moment in the world's history. Perhaps it won't be too long before the rest of the region is free from the Empire. Naturally, we'd be honored to fight alongside the people of Worlds. We won't rest until the Imperials are sent fleeing with their tails between their legs. Until that day arrives, we'll carry on doing our bit to support you and the others in ending the weapon project. I'll be sure to pass on any pertinent information. In the meantime, take care. I wasn't expecting to see you here, considering all that's been happening about Eorzea of late. Still, if you've a mind to assist us, we'd like to share the latest developments in Worlds. And as luck would have it, here comes the ideal person to explain the situation. Thanks, I'll take it from here. I'm glad to see you looking so well, Yo. Was it Minago? I believe it was Minago, right? Yes, it certainly has. I haven't seen you around Ragos Reach much lately. Anyone would think you're trying to avoid me. But as much as I'd love to stand around chatting, I'm afraid I've got some serious business to discuss. Following the liberation of Turncliffe, it seems the people of Worlds also have their hearts set on freeing themselves from the grip of the Empire. Like-minded citizens have rallied under the banner of the World's revolutionaries, and they aim to dispose the 7th Legion that currently occupies the city. Their ranks include many former conscripts, and between them they possess no small amount of combat experience. The only thing they lack is someone to lead them. After much consideration, they decided to turn to none other than Gaius Balthazar. Of course, many would balk at the thought of turning to a former enemy, and many did, but desperate times call for desperate measures. His reputation as a legatus speaks for itself, and as most Alamegans will attest, he was a far more reasonable and pragmatic leader than his predecessor, the Mad King Theodoric, or his successor Xenos for that matter. But most importantly, he was the one who led the invasion of Worlds in the first place, so who better than him to take it back? After accepting their offer, he requested the delivery of additional arms and provisions from the Alamegan resistance. We've got our hands full dealing with the Telepore, so do the rest of our allies in Ares, as do the rest of our allies in Eorzea, but we'll do what we can. While my comrades see to the preparations, I've been assigned to meet with him in person. I was wondering, could you accompany me to Turncliffe? Thanks, Yo. To be perfectly honest, coming face to face with Black Wolf is a rather daunting prospect, even if he has supposedly turned over a new leaf. But I'm sure having you there will make a world of difference. I believe you're acquainted with our escort, yes? Let him know when you're ready to get going. We'll be praying for your safe return, although I expect you'll be perfectly fine even without divine intervention. Another trip to Terran Collector, is it? I must thank you for introducing us to Avelina. To cut a long story short, Master Sid had decided to let her into the hangar whenever she likes. In exchange, she's given us all sorts of useful information about the Empire's War Machina. She even offered to help us make improvements to the G-Warrior. Wait, is she down there? I just want to see if she's down there. Okay. It's been a long time coming, but finally we'll throw off the shackles of Imperial rule. Many of my comrades were dead against having Gaius Balsar, as of all people, lead the charge, but as I always say, if you want a job done properly, hire a professional. After all, he's already conquered world once, so I'm certain he'll be fine he'll be just as successful a second time. Ah, Gaius Balsar, I presume? I come bearing the Alamegan Resistance official reply to your request for aid. I see. You have my thanks. Does this mean we can finally make our move? With the assistance of the Alamegans, we will soon have sufficient arms at our disposal to stand a chance at victory. But lest we forget, the 7th Legion has been conserving its strength thus far, and we must be prepared for severe casualties should its full might be brought to bear. If our lives must be the price of freedom, we will pay it willingly. Let me be clear, we Alamegans have not forgotten that it was you who led the invasion of our homeland. The blood of our fallen loved ones is on your hands. Even so, the people of Gwilt chose you to lead the revolution, and we will honor their decision. I only hope they will not come to regret it. As do I. Should I be found unworthy of their trust, I shall submit to their judgment and whatever they may entail. Forgive me, but might we return to the task at hand? First, I would like to discuss the transportation of supplies from Alamigo. This way, if you please. Once again, I prepare to lead an army into world. The irony is not lost on me. It is a cruel twist of fate that these people, so desperate from years of oppression, should turn to their conqueror for salvation. For most of my life, I believed that only the Empire possessed the strength and wisdom to lead mankind, that only through great sacrifice could civilization hope to thrive. And so I led the conquest of Eorzea, forcing the doctrine of Carlemald upon an ignorant and uncivilized in every territory. I sought out those with the potential for greatness without regard for one's birth or circumstances, that they might serve the Empire. But there are those such as Valens who see being born Garland a virtue in itself, one above all others. To think that a monster such as him should be granted the position of legatus and everything that entails, it makes my blood boil. Valens brings shame upon our homeland and makes mock of the ideals it once stood for. By my hand he shall pay for his foul crimes. We are running out of time, Gaius. We have to go after her. There is something I would show you, but not here. Come with me. Why did Ali have to keep this all a secret? We could have helped her. You must keep this to yourself. I do not want the soldiers to think I am being distracted by personal matters. This letter was found in her room. Dear Father, I am sorry for leaving without saying goodbye, but the thought of Alphonse suffering alone is more than I can bear. For his sake and for the freedom of worlds, I have decided to take matters into my own hands. I know of a way to save them, a way to end it all. I have to seize this chance before it is too late. My mind is set. Please do not try to stop me, Father. The days we spend together were the happiest of my life, and no matter what happens, nothing can take that away from me. With all my love, Ali. She is heading for the 7th Legion stronghold in Worlds. I am certain of it. Taking matters into her own hands. She must be planning to take control of one of the weapons. If so, there's no time to waste. We have to mobilize our forces and save Ali and Alphonse. I want nothing more than to save them, but I cannot ask the world revolutionaries to risk their lives to rescue 2 Imperial soldiers. In any case, if we were to rush into battle without adequate preparation, the 7th Legion would tear our partisan army to shreds. And as capable a warrior as Yo is, if she were to charge headlong into the heart of the enemy, she would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. But if we don't do something, Ali and Alphonse are as good as dead. I know Severa, and so did Ali when she wrote that letter. Returning alive was never part of her plan. Can you hear me? I'm in World, just outside Castrum Colium. All hells have broken loose. There was an enormous explosion, and through the smoke and flames I saw what happened to be another weapon. At this rate, the entire Confound it, we have lost the signal. This must be what Ali spoke of in her letter, a way to end it all. Alphonse and the others were planning this from the beginning, to bring the weapon project to completion and use it to free world from the Beat Empire, even at the cost of their own lives. If the revolutionaries were to hear that a weapon has been unleashed upon the Imperial headquarters, they would see it as the perfect opportunity to strike. If it's running amok, it may not distinguish between our allies and the Imperials. A large force would draw too much attention, but the three of us should be able to get close enough without it noticing us. I cannot allow it. This is my burden to bear, and I shall bear it alone. Very well. For the time being, I will have the revolutionaries stand by and await my signal. An opportunity to reclaim world may yet present itself, but we must first be allowed to remove the threat of this new weapon. Severa, have Sid ready, the G-Warrior. Understood. Once your preparations are complete, let us reconvene outside the hangar. Oh, please tell me I don't have to do another giant robot mission. Sometime earlier in the 7th Legion World's headquarters. How wonderful it is to see you again, my dear. I was beginning to think that you weren't coming back. In my impatience, I may have vented my frustrations on that brother of yours. I do hope you'll forgive me. Lord Valland, you mentioned before that the previous weapons were merely prototypes used to gather combat data within their cores. Yes, very good. I see you were paying attention after all. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, the primals they absorbed and the data they accumulated will serve a singular purpose. It's completion of my masterpiece, the diamond weapon. But while you and your siblings were able to retrieve the necessary data from the Ruby weapon before Gaius and his lackeys arrived, Sapphire and Emerald were handed to the enemy on a silver platter. Those worthless curs failed to meet even my exceedingly low expectations. As detailed in my report, I took it upon myself to infiltrate Gaius Belsar, band of rebels, and reclaim the data. Yes, you have done well, my dear. My engineers have already finished feeding it to the diamond weapon. Then all that remains is for me to assume my role as its pilot, and for you to release my brother and the rest of our compatriots as per our agreement. Of course, a handful of savages is a small price to pay for your remarkable talents. Even though the weapons project's revolutionary technology allows even an untrained pilot to fight with the skills of a veteran soldier, only the truly gifted can draw out the full potential of the synthetic Auracite. In addition to the physical attributes and combat prowess, I require unwavering loyalty before I can even consider entrusting a candidate with one of my creations. And you are everything I desired. I am honored that you regard me so highly, Lord Valance. However, in return for my continued cooperation, I wish to propose an extra condition to our arrangement. There you go. I request that the people of Welt be given full imperial citizenship and the right to self-govern. My, how very bold of you, and quite astute at that. Yes, I could grant the people of Welt citizenship if I so desired. Unfortunately, Amir Legatus, such as myself, is in no position to simply relinquish control of imperial territory on a whim. Come now, we both know that the weapons are but a means to an end. Your true intent is to march on the capital and claim it for yourself, correct? Once you have taken the throne, one small territory would seem a fair reward for those who played a vital role in the ascension of Emperor Valens. Heh. I say, for someone so sweet and innocent, you certainly drive a hard bargain. Very well. If it's wealth you want, it's yours. I'll soon have no need of this stinking backwater province anyway. And what about my brother? Ah, yes, Alaric, or was it Alfred? Whatever his name is, you needn't worry. I've made special arrangements for him. He'll be perfectly safe, provided you uphold your side of the agreement. Excellent. Now let's get you aboard the diamond weapon, shall we? Ah, one step closer to my coordination. This is the moment I've been waiting for. I know this isn't what Father would have wanted, but it's the only way. Please forgive me. Initiating the synthetic authorite system, all sensors activated. So far, so good. Diamond weapon codename Xenos, commencing activation sequence. Behold, perfection itself. Missandria, Recon, and Rex gave their lives, that others may live without fear. The Auracite is taking hold. I'm just glad that you didn't have to go through this, Alphonse, but you'll have to go on without me. You and Father still must work together to... I'm sorry, I can't be there at your side. This is the only way. What's that, my dear? Is something the matter? The diamond weapon is mine. Your tyranny ends here, Valens. Dude, I love this character. Lowborn filth, if you think your little performance had me fooled, you were sorely mistaken. What are you waiting for? Shut it down. Yes, my lord, transmitting the activation signal. It's not responding. That insolent whelp had me worried for a moment. Bring her to me alive, even if it means damaging the machine. When I am through with her, she will beg for death. No, I can't let it end like this. Melisina, Recon, Rex, guide my hand. Alphonse, wherever you are, lend me your strength. Wherever you are. Combat sample ready. Initially eating Overmind. Subject name. It's Overmind. What is that? Ah. This can't be. It's ignoring the shutdown signal and initiating Overmind. But how? I don't care how. Stop that thing before it brings down the whole castrum. Were it not for you, I suspect Gaius would have ventured into Welt by himself with little more than a gun blade for protection. Thank you for persuading him to take a less rash course of action. I was unable to save Melisina, Recon, and Rex, but there may yet be hope for Ali and Alphonse. Ready to depart? I'll send for Master Garland. We all expected another weapon to appear sooner or later, but not quite like this. According to Val d'Uden, after it's finished laying waste to the headquarters of the 7th Legion, it took to the sky. Though this has dealt a massive blow to the Imperial forces, I am certain that Ali is on board the weapon. It must be halted before she comes to harm, and for that I need the G-Warrior and the airships to transport it. I see that one thing hasn't changed since your days as Black Wolf, your penchant for a gigantic war machina. But if this means the G-Warrior has another chance to shine, I'd be happy to oblige, only this time rather than having it unceremoniously towed by airships, I have a more dynamic entrance in mind. It's good to see you again, Yo. Oh, is she the pilot? From what I hear, we have you to thank for Alvina volunteering to help the Ironworks. Since she joined the team, our work has come on leaps and bounds. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to finally put my knowledge and skills to good use. And as far as I can tell, your target is the diamond weapon, the most powerful of them all. What's worse, its design incorporates all of the combat data and abilities of the other weapons, making it far more formidable than those you encountered before. Thankfully, we've had time to prepare for such an occasion. Would you care to elaborate? Let me put it like this. Thanks to Alvina's tireless dedication, the G-Warrior has been reborn. But there'll be time to explain more on the way. Come on, the Enterprise is waiting. Very impressive, but may I ask what purpose it serves? Since our objective is to rescue the pilot, we've added a means of capturing the diamond weapon. We come to save lives, not end them. For that reason, the G-Warrior has been reborn. I present to you the G-Savior. You're off to save Melissa's foster siblings, Alphonse and Allie, aren't you? Please do whatever you can to bring them back safely. While you and Gaius deal with the diamond weapon, I'll be doing my best to aid Galadun in safe return from Worlds. Hopefully he's taken advantage of the chaos to make good his escape. I'll be monitoring the situation from the Enterprise. Should things take a turn for the worse, I'll be ready to intervene. Once again, Sid and his engineers have provided precisely what we require before we even knew it ourselves. Due to the added complexity, we'll have Gaius pilot while Yo handles the various armaments. Agreed. There will be little opportunity for us to grow accustomed to our roles, but even so we must succeed at all costs. It seems the controls are the same as the previous iteration, though it has been some time since I last pirated Port Machina Valley in Origin. Lack of practice is no excuse for failure. I'll be monitoring the situation. Yep, yep. I'm gonna take a break here. Target in sight, and it down with salvo of missiles. Threat detected, returning fire. This is genuinely cool. Oh! Holy shit, I keep dying. Are you serious? Oh, tough fight. The containment field won't hold. We must reach the diamond weapon before the Imperials. In all the years since the invasion, this place has hardly changed. I was I was expecting to find some sign of the Seventh Legion here, but it would appear that the diamond weapon has already taken them out of the equation. I pray we are not too late. Allie, uh, uh, please take her back to Turncliffe. I have some unfinished business to attend to. Now to learn what has become of Alphonse. If you have a score to settle, now is your chance. Show yourself. Come to gloat, have you guys? It's not over yet. You certainly have an instinct for self-preservation. I wouldn't expect nothing less from a coward who sacrificed his own soldiers to further his ambitions. How dare you speak to me of ambitions? You are the one who stood in my way at every turn. If not for your meddling, the Empire would have been mine. Mine. Enough of your delusion of grandeur. Where is Alphonse? Heh. Heh. Why, he's right in front of you. What? Once you hear the answer, you'll kick yourself for not realizing it sooner. You see, in all the previous models, the combat data was either incomplete or unstable in some way, making their performance in battle wildly unpredictable. But then an idea struck me. Rather than using data gathered in battle, I should use something a little more realistic. It turns out that beloved boy of yours was quite brilliant when he puts his mind to it. By my ingenuity, he has been reborn as the core of the greatest machine ever devised. None but the great Lord Valens Ben Varro could conceive such a marvel. Aha! Evil laughter. And to think that Allie came here to steal the diamond weapon to save her brother, only to find he'd already become part of it. Perhaps it wasn't the reunion she'd envisioned, but I'm sure she was grateful nonetheless. Oh, that might also explain why Overmind activated all by itself. It was clearly an attempt to protect his precious sister. A fascinating anomaly, but I can't stand disobedience. That such atrocities should continue unabated is proof of the rot that has spread throughout the Empire. Your crimes are now affront not only to Garlemald, but to all of mankind, and now you will die. Have you forgotten, guys? I've seen your data. I know your every move. Such pitiful swordsmanship is a relic of the past, just like you. That's cool. Terminus est Corsi Amors. Ah. But this wasn't in my data. Reactivating synthetic or site system. This can't be. How is it still functional? Removing memory inhibitors. Yeah. justice. What? You? Stop this at once, please let me go. Albert, no, wait, what was... Even the names of those you sacrifice in your twisted experiments are beneath your notice. You are beyond redemption. Who are you to judge me, Gaius? Do you remember the names of the tens of thousands of men, women, and children killed for the sake of your conquests? I do not deny the blood spilled at my behest, nor will I run from my past. That is why I fight, to prevent the wrongs I committed from being repeated. Stop, I beg you. You can't do this to me. I'm Vance Inferno, better than Gaius, better than all of them. I can't end this way. Nice. Alphonse. Alphonse, my son, I have failed you. But this is not the end. I will see your dreams fulfilled, this I swear. I ask only that you, Melisanda, Recon, and Rex watch over me. Father, the memories stored in the diamond weapon, give them to Allie. Watch over her in my stead, Father. I cannot go on like this. Please. I understand. Well, thank you. I am proud to call you myself your son. Wow. It's been some time since we last heard from Gaius. Same thing. Yep. The stone monument is dedicated to the people of Thancliffe who lost their lives in the war with the Empire. If things stay as they are now, there won't be any more names to add to it. I see. Will remain here until further notice. That was Gaius. Balance, Van Varro, and the Weapon Project are no more. Seizing the opportunity, the World-Lit revolutionaries have taken control of the city. Though they still suffered considerable losses, they have at least gained their freedom. And even with the Empire gone, for people like me, life under Imperial rule is all we've ever known. We might never be able to heal the scars left by decades of oppression. While there is hope for those who have survived this ordeal, nothing can bring back the dead. The loss of my wife and daughter left a void in me that can never be filled. In the years since, I have struggled to find purpose, a reason to keep on living. It is the same for Gaius. No matter how hard he tries to make amends, the children he lost are gone forever. I can see how heavily the burden weighs on him, just as it does on me. In truth, it never gets any lighter. We can only hope to grow strong enough to bear it. The recent events in World-Lit have had a profound impact on the lives of many people, but none more so than Allie. She's been in a state of shock ever since she's returned. We've even called in a Sid to see if he can ascertain what the problem might be. You see, there's a strong possibility that Diamond Weapon itself is what's caused Allie to close herself off like this. But for the time being, all we can do is wait. Ah, there was one other thing. Of what was it? A villain came by looking for you earlier, so perhaps you could go and see her. When last I saw Avilena, she was headed towards the new monument. Is it true that she oversaw its construction? Thank you for coming to meet me. I'm glad to see you're none the worse for your experiences. Actually, I've been meaning to show you this. Thanks to the Alamegan resistance, the monument to the fallen is complete. Though they may no longer be with us, we'll never forget them. This way, they'll always be a part of Ten Cliff, and future generations will be reminded of the sacrifices that were made. You were always so kind to me, and now it's my turn to do the same for others. Avina is absorbed in prayer. Now would be a good time to return to Severna. I hope all is well with Avelina. Actually, while you were speaking with her, I received word that Gaius will be here soon. Perhaps it's time Allie will return home to Allie will return to some semblance of her former self. I wish to see Allie. Would you send for her? Allie. Does she even recognize me? At first we thought the weapon influence had caused this, but it seems there is more to it than that. The Churigans say that this is most likely the result of intense trauma. Her mind has been scarred, perhaps irrevocably. She boarded the diamond weapon with the intention of saving her brother. Little did she know that Valens had used the synthetic Orosite system to transform Alphonse into a living component of the machine. Then, when she boarded the diamond weapon, she finally learned the horrible truth. I've never heard of anything so cruel. Just a moment. Excuse me. In each of the previous cases, pilots became fused with the weapon's core. So how was Allie able to escape a similar fate? That's one of the many things we're still looking into. There is no need, I already know the answer. It was Alphonse who kept her safe. In the end, I was unable to save your brother, my son. All they wanted was a place to call home, where they could live in peace, but after all the pain and hardship they endured, this is their reward. No, this is not the end of their story. I taught them the strong must lead the weak, but absolute power corrupts absolutely, and those who have suffered at the hands of the corrupt are beyond counting. Alphonse dreamed of a land without oppression and oppressed, where all may live as equals. Thanks to his sacrifice and that of his siblings, the cornerstones of such a nation have been laid. Melinda, Recon, Rex, Alphon, and Allie, they risked everything to win the freedom of worlds. And now it has come to pass. I will see that their ideals are upheld, this I swear, as their father. The long and arduous process of rebuilding Wilt has begun. In the days to follow, I shall be working alongside the new government to create a place that people like Allie and Severa would be proud to call home. For so long, all that kept me alive was hate, but the time has come to cast it aside. I'm going with you. I'll only regret it if I don't, and while nothing I do can bring back the ones I've lost, I owe it to them to make the most of the life I've been given. Times change, people change, and it's just as well. We inventors would soon find ourselves out of work if everything stayed the same. If you've a need for my creations, just say the word. You know, guys, I could fill a book with all the things I've been meaning to say over the years, but what would be the point? What's done is done. There is one thing, though. If anyone can get through to Allie, it's you. She looks up to you the same way I did as a boy. Don't give up on her. I would not have made it this far without my constant companions, Van Dulen and Severa. In fact, I believe she has a few words to share with you. It's taken me a long time, too long, but I finally found a reason to live for the present, for the future. For all my life, I've been searching for my place in the world. Everywhere I went, I was always on the outside looking in. But I've realized if we can't find one, we just have to make it ourselves. That's what I learned from Gaius' children. Despite everything, they never gave up, and neither will I. For now, at least, my place is at Gaius' side. I'll follow him and see where this journey leads. And before I leave, I want to tell you how grateful I am you chose to stand by us until the end. I hope we'll meet again one day. I must admit, the thought of returning to Welt fills me with apprehension. As a half-Garlean and former Imperial soldier, it won't be easy to gain acceptance, but if they're willing to turn to Gaius Balsar of all people for help, anything's possible. I understand that Valdivan wishes to speak with you. All this time, I've been trying to convince myself that Gaius was every bit the villain I'd imagined him to be, the ruthless subjugator of nations, evil made flesh. And while many who fight under the banner of Garlemald are all that and worse, I realize now that Gaius was driven by his own notions of right and wrong, misguided as they were. Since then, he has turned his back on the Empire and its faithful doctrine. His guilt and anguish only strengthened his resolve. The day I spared his life, he was given a second chance to set right the wrongs he had committed, to become the man his children believed him to be. I was a father once, a husband in many ways. I still am. And even though they're no longer with me, I want to be someone they would be proud of. Now, I too have been given a chance to make a difference in a land far from home. I'll never forget my past, but neither will I be beholden to it. When I meet the people of Welt, I'll be sure to tell the tale of your bravery and compassion. May it grant them the strength to face the struggles ahead. Pray, go in peace, my friend. While I may no longer have a place to call home, I now have the opportunity to help people of Welt rebuild theirs. And who knows, perhaps I will choose to settle down there one day. Though we were brought together under strange circumstances, Valdeldin, Severa, and I will continue to work together, at least for the foreseeable future. Well, here they are. And who might these charming young men be? They were found in the 7th Legion headquarters in one of the few areas that escaped unscathed following the Diamond Weapons rampage. Perhaps that was Alphonse's intention. Do not be afraid. We mean you no harm. That thing on your forehead. My name is Gaius Balsar, and like Sven Varro, I was once a legatus of the Garlean Empire. Though I believed I was fighting for a just cause, my conquest came at a terrible cost. Pray forgive me. I do not mean to scare you. If you would lend me your ears, I have a story to tell. A group of courageous young men and women, not so different from yourself, stood up to protect their people from the tyranny of the Empire. They fought with everything they had, and finally victory was theirs, but it came at a terrible price. As their father, I still struggle to come to terms with their sacrifice, and yet they have entrusted the future to me, and I will stop at nothing to see their dream fulfilled. Even so, there is only so much one old soldier can achieve by himself. I would be honored to have your support in the days to come. At ease, lads, he's not as scary as he looks. And if he steps out of line, he'll have me to answer to. Though they were fortunate enough to escape the destruction of the castrum, they might have been injured while fleeing. Have the Churgans look them over and find a place for them to stay. It seems the time has come for us to go our separate ways once more. I myself can scarcely believe that we were once bitter adversaries, but my encounters with you have led me to question the very ideals I swore to uphold. Wait, what is strength? What is weakness? If those who grasp the reins of power are said to be the strong, then those who lack such power must therefore be the weak. For better or worse, however, we are far more complex creatures than that. I see now that true strength is not granted by others, but resides within us. Strength of character, of spirit, of resolve. Therein lies the power to cast off the shackles of oppression, to overcome any adversary, to stand firm in the face of impossible odds. That is the strength you possess. May it never leave you. It seems I will have to summon all the resolve I can muster if I am to keep my promise to Alphonse. The process of establishing the independent governance of Went is underway, and I will do all in my power to see it become everything my children dreamed of and more. For the immediate future, we shall continue to work closely with the Ala-Mhigan resistance, whose role in the revolution cannot be understated. That reminds me, if you are passing by Port Praetor, the soldiers stationed there wish to hear your version of events. Please give them my regards. I hope that when our paths cross again, I will have glad tidings to share with you until we next meet. Gotta see if there's secret dialogue. The citizens of Welt and Ala-Mhigan resistance are still attending to those injured in the fall of the Castrum. I like to think that my wife and daughter would approve of my decision. When I recall our time together, I remember the person I used to be, the person I still can be. My children gave everything so others might be free. I will not rest until the world they dreamed of becomes a reality. Okay, so there was secret dialogue with the main people, but not with... And I gotta check. I gotta check to see if there's new stuff on there. Gotta check the robot for new stuff. Doesn't look like there's any new stuff. Oh, except I can't pose anymore. Ah yes, the G-Savior. You would be forgiven for thinking that it is simply the G-Warrior with an enormous table-like object attached to its back. But there is so much more to it than that. Its increased size allows for a plethora of additional armaments and so forth, which I'm sure you will agree was worth the massive reduction in maneuverability. It also gave us room to store more fuel, which enables it to travel over much greater distances. We were concerned at first that Gaz might find it rather difficult to handle, but his experience in piloting the Ultima weapon with which the Cheese Savior shares many similarities meant he was able to master the controls in no time at all. This device was specifically designed for capturing the diamond weapon. I must say, it was an incredible display of foresight on our part, considering we'd already built the machine before we even knew we'd need it. Starting with a volley of missiles to subdue the target, the G-Saber then moves close enough to capture it with the containment field. If it tries to resist, we can deploy a small detachment of troops to beat the target into submission. Of course, the whole thing will be racing through the sky at high altitude, so it might be a little difficult to maintain one's balance, or breathe for that matter. We even added a pair of melee weapons should the opportunity arise for a bit of mid-air fisticuffs. Unfortunately, the diamond weapon refused to hover in front of the G-Savior long enough for us to drill it in the face. As you can imagine, to get such an enormous machine airborne requires considerable feats of engineering. We initially experimented with designs similar to those of the Enterprise and Excelsior, but we were unable to generate enough lift. Fortunately, Alvina's knowledge of propulsion engines used in Garlean airships proved to be a deciding factor. Without her, we would never have gotten the G-Savior off the ground. Due to its elegant origin, we struggled to locate replacement parts for the G-Warrior. We ended up turning an expert in such relics, who managed not only to create perfect replicas of the required components, but even produced enough to build a second G-Warrior. It then underwent the same conversion process as the original model, resulting in the G-Savior Mark II. But rather than use the familiar color scheme of Garland Ironworks, the creator opted for something more closely aligned with his personal tastes. The primary function of the G-Savior Mark II is to increase the strength of the containment field by combining its generator with that of the original unit. As the design is based on the original unit, it offers the same amount of propulsion. The only trouble with using both G-Saviors at once is that we end up burning through twice the amount of fuel. If you were wondering why we don't deploy them more often, you need only look at the running costs. Okay. Too bad I can't pose with those. Glad I checked that out. Welcome back, yo. Congratulations on another hard-earned victory. Ever since we first heard the news, I've been dying to hear exactly how it all unfolded. So what can you tell me of this diamond weapon? By the Ringer's beard, even the Empire, that must be a new low. Those poor orphans. I can only pray that the citizens of World were able to enjoy the freedom that Gaius Wards gave their lives for. At the very least, we need no longer live in fear of the monstrous creations birthed by the Weapon Project. I shall add your account to our official report. Finally, on behalf of the Alamegan resistance and the whole of Eorzea, for that matter, allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. Father, the memories stored in the diamond weapon, give them to Ali. Okay. What? Huh. Oh, it's just straight memories. Thought it was like the souls of them, but it's just straight the memories, guys, is there. Yeah. projections from within the synthetic parasite. These are his memories, their memories. I don't want to live in a world without you. That's why I'm going with you. No, not yet, Allie. Now is not your time. Father still needs you. Please take care of him in our place. And if you're worried about Alphonse, don't be. He's got us for company. We want you to see the new world for yourself. This new world. Aw. We will forever be at your side, Allie. I'm the only one left. Wow. But I'll never be alone. Father. Aw. Ben. Mass destruction of weapons. Ever since the Ruby weapon first appeared, we've been trying to come up with a name to describe the series of events that follow. The thing is, we're torn between two possible candidates. What do you think? The Sorrow of Welt or the Romance of the Four Giant War Machina? This guy. Ah, an excellent choice. I'll have it ready in a jiffy. Here it is, the most formidable of all weapons, one that requires no introduction. Having said that, I'll give one regardless. Let me begin with its alternate name, AEWIZ. Like the other models, it is an anti-icon war machina, and the I is a numeral indicating it belongs to the first of prototypes. Z seems to imply that it's the final version. This is merely conjecture on my part, but the ruby, sapphire, and emerald weapons appear to have been designed from the outset to gather data for making the improvements to the diamond weapon. But that's not all. The diamond weapon was equipped with a certain element that the other models lacked. This enabled it to reach its final perfect state, but it's the nature of the element that troubles me. Even after reading the reports, I'm still having trouble coming to terms with the sacrifices made in the name of the weapon project. Perhaps we should give a moment of silence for their young lives lost. I was planning to give the sculpture to the people of Royalwood as a reminder of the brave souls whose deeds eventually led to the independence from the Empire. As with my previous works, the sculpture can be used to reenact your encounter with the weapon. I hope it will prove useful in preparing for whatever the future holds in store. Okay. Not gonna do that for a long time. Of late, all I can think about is weapons. I channel this passion into crafting homages of my favorite war Argonaut, which is more than a mere hobby. It is the wind in my sails. Alas, I am lacking fresh inspiration, and I fear without necessary stimulation, my tools will be left to gather dust. That's what it's gonna be forever, I guess. Curious if it's different now. I mean, it has to be, right? She can talk. I never dreamed we might finally be able to live in peace. If only my husband were here to see it. It's bizarre to think that the castrum collium was brought down by the diamond weapon itself, a case of the monster turning on its master, you might say. What's even more strange is that there were no reports of any civilian casualties. It's nothing short of a miracle. No kidding. The citizens of Welt and the Alamegan resistance are still attending to those injured in the fall of the castrum. I'd like to think my wife and daughter would approve of my decision. When I think back on our time together, I remember the person I used to be, the person I still can be. These children are currently in the care of revolutionaries, but we hope to eventually find proper homes for all of them. A lot of us local conscripts have deserted the 7th Legion, but the rest of Turncliffe isn't going to forget that we serve the Empire, at least not anytime soon. I feel like that's the same dialogue. I might be wrong though. I'm considering asking Master Garland to offer Alvildine a permanent position as a member of Ironworks. Not only is she bursting with incredible ideas, she has the skill needed to bring them to life. I know it was only an image projected by a synthetic archetype, but it meant the world to me to see your face one last time. I'll never forget you, Melisandre. What do you want with me, lass? Same dialogue, I believe. I considered joining the fight to take back World, but I decided against it in the end. I've been given a second chance to be with my family, so my fighting days are over. We Alamegans have got a lot in common with the people of World, so we'll do all we can to help now that they won their freedom. My children gave everything so that others might be free. I will not rest until the world they dreamed of becomes a reality. Melisandre, Recon, Rex, Alphonse. I won't give up on our dream. How nice. Okay. I think that's probably gonna do it for this episode. Kinda still feel like streaming though, I'm not gonna lie. Although it's almost been 8 hours for this stream. And I did a 3-hour before, so that's like 10 hours. That might be a bit much. Well, either way, I'm gonna call it for this video on YouTube. Thanks for watching, as always. I hope you enjoyed the story. and its conclusion, and I'll catch you in the next one.